Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered with memories of 1,000 years, but on this moonless September night, they trembled with something more: fear. As the sorting ceremony concluded in the Great Hall, the very foundations of the magical fortress seemed to pulse with dark energy, though few among the chattering students noticed the change in the air. Lilith Moonshadow stood apart from her newly assigned Ravenclaw housemates, her pale fingers absently tracing the contours of the silver amulet that hung at her throat. Through the enchanted ceiling, she watched storm clouds gather with supernatural speed, their shapes twisting into forms that made her heart race. They were coming, sooner than she had expected. The amulet Morgana's tear, as her grandmother had called it, grew warm against her skin. Its opal surface caught the light of the floating candles, swirling with colors that shouldn't exist in this world. Lilith had spent her entire life preparing for this moment, though now, surrounded by hundreds of students who knew nothing of the ancient war about to resume, she felt more alone than ever. "Quite the dramatic entrance you've made, Miss Moonshadow," came a lilting voice that seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once. Peeves the poltergeist materialized beside her, his usual mischievous grin replaced by an expression of unusual gravity. "Though I suppose it runs in the family." Lilith's hand instinctively tightened around the amulet. "You knew my grandmother. It wasn't a question." But Peeves answered anyway, his form flickering like a candle in the wind. "Knew her? Oh, I knew them all, child. Every guardian who's passed through these halls since. Well, since before there were halls to pass through." His eyes, usually alight with mayhem, held shadows of ancient memories. "But you're the last of them now, aren't you?" Before Lilith could respond, a deep tremor ran through the castle. At the staff table, Headmistress McGonagall rose to her feet, her face tight with concern. But it was Professor Ferenz, the centaur divination teacher, who first understood the true meaning of the disturbance. His hooves clattered against the stone floor as he cantered to the nearest window, his human torso rigid with alarm. "The stone circles," he announced, his voice carrying across the now silent hall. "They wake." Lilith knew what he saw without looking. The ancient stone circles that dotted the highlands around Hogwarts, structures far older than the castle itself, would be glowing with a sickly green light, their runes awakening after centuries of slumber. The barriers between worlds were weakening, just as her grandmother had warned they would. "They're early," Lilith whispered, more to herself than to Peeves. "The alignment isn't for another 3 days." The poltergeist's form solidified slightly, becoming almost corporeal. The Knights of Avalon were never known for their patience. Especially not Mordred's lot. A gasp rippled through the great hall as the enchanted ceiling suddenly went dark, the magical stars winking out one by one. Outside, a keening wind rose, carrying with it the sound of hoofbeats that seemed to echo from another world. The knights were coming, immortal warriors who had sworn an oath to purge magic from the world, seeing it as a corruption of the natural order. For centuries, they had been trapped in the spaces between worlds, held at bay by the ancient wards that the Guardians had maintained. But now, Lilith was the last Guardian, and she wasn't ready. The ritual needed to strengthen the wards required preparation, power, and most importantly, time, none of which she had in abundance. The centaur, Peeves said suddenly, nodding toward Ferenz. "You'll need him." The stars speak to his kind in ways they never did to humans. Even magical ones. Lilith didn't hesitate. As panic began to spread through the Great Hall, she sprinted toward the staff table. Professor Ferenz's tail swished anxiously as she approached, his human features tight with concern. "The stars are silent," he said before she could speak. "For the first time in my life, they are silent because they're being blocked," Lilith explained quickly, pulling the amulet from beneath her robes. "The Knights of Avalon are returning, and they mean to tear down the veil between the magical and non-magical worlds. Not just at Hogwarts, but everywhere." Understanding dawned in the centaur's ancient eyes. "The stone circles. They're not just markers, are they?" "They're anchor points," Lilith confirmed. "Part of a ritual circle that encompasses all of Britain. My ancestors, the Guardians, helped create it to bind the knights in the void between worlds. But the bonds are weakening, and if they break completely, all magic dies," Ferenz finished grimly. "I have seen such a future in the stars, though I never understood its meaning until now." A crash of thunder shook the castle, and through the windows, they could see green light pulsing from the direction of the nearest stone circle. The very air seemed to ripple, reality itself buckling under the pressure of forces trying to break through from another dimension. "I need your help," Lilith said. "The ritual to reinforce the wards, it requires someone who can read the celestial alignments, even when they're hidden. Someone who understands the deeper patterns of the world." Ferenz's horse half shifted restlessly. "I was exiled from my herd for choosing to help humans. They said it would lead to darkness, maybe," came Peeve's voice as the poltergeist materialized between them. "Or maybe they simply couldn't see far enough ahead." His form seemed more solid than Lilith had ever seen it, and there was something almost noble in his bearing. The knights feared the mixing of magical and non-magical blood would weaken the world. Instead, it strengthened it, created new forms of magic they could never have imagined. Another tremor shook the castle, and this time, Lilith could feel the magical barriers starting to crack. Time was running out. "There's more," she admitted. "The ritual. It requires a sacrifice. The power of a willing spirit, freely given." She looked meaningfully at Peeves. "That's why you're still here, isn't it? After all these centuries. You were waiting." The poltergeist's smile was tinged with an ancient sadness. "Did you think I stayed at Hogwarts all these years just to drop water balloons on students? I was a knight once, before I saw the truth of what we were becoming. I chose to remain, to help maintain the barriers in what small ways I could. And yes, to wait for this moment, Professor McGonagall had managed to restore some order to the Great Hall, evacuating the students to their dormitories. But Lilith knew the castle's protections wouldn't hold for long against what was coming. "We need to reach the center stone circle," Ferenz said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "I know the way through the forest," Lilith nodded, feeling the weight of centuries of Guardian legacy pressing down upon her. Outside, the hoofbeats grew louder, accompanied now by the sound of ancient horns. The Knights of Avalon were gathering their forces for one final assault on the world of magic. As they hurried from the Great Hall, Peeves floating beside them, Lilith caught a glimpse of her reflection in a window. The amulet at her throat pulsed with inner light, and for a moment, she thought she saw other figures reflected behind her, the shades of countless guardians who had come before, lending their strength for the battle ahead. The fate of two worlds now rested on an unlikely trio, a teenage witch carrying an ancient legacy, an exiled centaur who read the language of stars, and a reformed knight who had spent centuries playing the fool to mask his true purpose. Behind them, Hogwarts Castle stood as it had for 1,000 years, its magic pulsing like a heartbeat as the storm clouds gathered and reality itself began to tear at the seams. The last battle for the fate of magic was about to begin. Storie 2, deep in the labyrinthine dungeons of Hogwarts, where the air hung thick with centuries of accumulated magic, Alexander Grimwood's wandlight flickered against the ancient stones. The young Ravenclaw hadn't meant to venture this far into the castle's forgotten depths, but something had drawn him here, a whisper, perhaps, or the ghost of a melody that seemed to dance just at the edge of hearing. His pocket watch, a family heirloom that had guided 3 generations of Grimwoods through their years at Hogwarts, spun wildly in his palm. Its golden hands whirled in impossible directions, pointing to hours that didn't exist in any mortal calendar. Alexander had never seen it behave this way before, and that alone told him he was on the verge of something extraordinary. The corridor ended in a curved stone wall adorned with a single portrait, and remarkable save for the fact that it seemed to absorb his wandlight rather than reflect it. Within the frame, an ancient wizard dozed in a high-backed chair, his silver beard trailing down like captured moonlight, his midnight blue robes scattered with stars that actually twinkled. "Hello," Alexander whispered, his voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The wizard's eyes opened, revealing irises that shimmered with all the colors of a sunrise. "Ah," he said, in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. "Finally, I was beginning to think no one would ever find me again." Alexander's breath caught in his throat. He knew that face every wizard and witch did. "You're Merlin." The portrait smiled, though there was sadness in the expression. "What remains of him, yes. Though I fear I am now little more than a shadow of a memory of a dream." His eyes focused on Alexander with sudden intensity. "Tell me, young Ravenclaw, have you noticed it yet? The fading? The fading?" "Ah, but you have. Even if you haven't named it." Merlin leaned forward in his painted chair. "Spells requiring just a bit more effort than they used to. Potions taking longer to brew. Magic feeling thinner somehow. Like a favorite blanket washed too many times." Alexander's mind raced back over the past months. The way Professor Flitwick had needed 3 attempts to demonstrate a simple levitation charm last week. How the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall had flickered during breakfast, momentarily revealing ordinary stone before reasserting its illusion of sky. Small things. Things everyone had dismissed or ignored. "Magic is dying," Merlin said simply. "Has been for centuries, truth be told, but the process has accelerated. Soon, it will fade entirely from the world unless someone acts to prevent it. But how? Why? Magic is not infinite, dear boy. It must be nurtured, tended, preserved. The founders of Hogwarts understood this. Why do you think they built the school here, of all places?" The portrait's eyes gleamed. "Deep beneath your feet lies the last pure wellspring of magic in the world. A nexus of power that the founders discovered and built their school around. For generations, a secret society of students, the Guardians have protected it, keeping its existence hidden even from the teachers." Alexander's pocket watch had stopped spinning, all its hands pointing downward, toward whatever lay below. "The Guardians still exist," Merlin continued, "though they are much diminished from their original purpose. They believe they simply maintain an ancient tradition, not understanding the true importance of their role. But something is wrong. The wellspring is being poisoned, corrupted by a force they don't understand. And you, Alexander Grimwood, have been chosen to help stop it." The portrait swung forward, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. Floating at eye level was a small crystal, glowing with a soft blue light. "Take it," Merlin said. "It will lead you to the others." Alexander's hand trembled as he plucked the crystal from the air. Warmth spread up his arm, and suddenly he could feel it, a pulse of power deep below, like a heartbeat growing steadily weaker. The crystal led him through forgotten corridors and secret passages, down spiral staircases that seemed to descend forever. Finally, he emerged into a circular chamber where 5 other students waited, each holding crystals identical to his own. They wore plain black robes with no house insignias, their faces partially concealed by deep hoods. "Welcome, Seeker," said the tallest figure, lowering her hood to reveal Cassandra Wright, a seventh-year Hufflepuff whom Alexander knew by reputation as one of the most talented witches in the school. "We are the Guardians of the Well, and you have been chosen to join our ranks." The others lowered their hoods to Gryffindors, a Slytherin, and another Ravenclaw, all upper-year students known for their magical prowess. They formed a circle around a central dais, upon which sat an object that made Alexander's eyes water when he tried to look directly at it. A sphere of pure light, like a star brought down to earth. "The Wellspring's heart," Cassandra explained. "The source of all magic in Britain, perhaps in the world. For centuries, we have protected it, performed the rituals that keep its power flowing into the world above. But something is wrong. The light grows dimmer with each passing day, and our rituals no longer seem to help." She waved her wand, and an image appeared in the era graph showing the Wellspring's power levels over the past year. The decline was obvious and dramatic. "We've tried everything," said Marcus Chen, one of the Gryffindors. "Modified the rituals, increased their frequency, even attempted to directly channel power back into the well. Nothing works," but Alexander was only half listening. His eyes had fixed on something else, a shadow that seemed to flicker around the edges of the sphere when no one was looking directly at it. A darkness that didn't belong. "There," he said, pointing. "Do you see it?" The others followed his gesture, but shook their heads. Alexander pulled out his pocket watch, which had begun to spin again. "It's like something's feeding on it, corrupting it." Cassandra's eyes widened. "The watch, it's a Grimwood timepiece, isn't it? Your family were wand makers once, weren't they? Before they switched to creating magical instruments?" Alexander nodded. 7 generations ago." "Why?" "Because wand making requires a deep understanding of magical cores, how they work, how they can be corrupted." She pulled an ancient book from her robes. "According to this, the original Guardians included a Grimwood specifically because of that knowledge. Knowledge that might have been passed down through your family's crafts, even if its purpose was forgotten." The shadow flickered again, and this time Alexander understood what he was seeing. "It's a parasite," he said quietly. "A magical construct designed to feed on pure magic, corrupting it in the process. Look, you can see the pattern if you know what to look for. It's exactly like what happens when a wand core is invaded by foreign magic." The other Guardians crowded around, finally able to see what he'd spotted. The shadow had a structure to it, a deliberate design that spoke of careful, malicious crafting. "But who would do this?" Marcus demanded. "Who even knows about the Wellspring besides us?" "Someone who was once a Guardian themselves," came a new voice. From the shadows stepped a figure. They all knew Professor Blackwood, the ancient runes teacher. Someone who learned its secrets and then was cast out for trying to claim its power for themselves. The professor's face twisted into a sneer as he raised his wand. "The Wellspring was never meant to be shared. Magic is power, and power belongs to those strong enough to claim it. For centuries, I've waited, carefully corrupting the source, weakening it so that when the time came, I could claim it all for myself." The air crackled with tension as the Guardians raised their wands. But Alexander's mind was racing ahead, putting pieces together. The pocket watch spun in his hand, and he understood what needed to be done. "The crystals," he whispered to Cassandra. "They're not just keys, they're focusing lenses. If we combine their power with the watch's ability to detect magical corruption." She nodded, understanding immediately. As Blackwood launched his attack, the Guardians moved as one. 6 crystals raised, 6 voices speaking in ancient incantation. Alexander's watch flew from his hand, expanding and transforming, becoming a lens through which the combined power of their crystals focused. Light exploded through the chamber. The shadow around the Wellspring's heart writhed and screamed with Blackwood's voice. Centuries of carefully crafted corruption burning away in an instant. When it was over, The wellspring pulsed with renewed vigor, its light pure and strong once more. Magic surged through Hogwarts above, reinforcing spells that had been quietly failing, strengthening protections that had been slowly weakening. The Guardians looked at each other, their faces tired but triumphant. They had done more than stop a corrupt professor's plot. They had renewed magic itself, ensuring its survival for generations to come. And deep in his painted corridor, Merlin smiled, knowing that the future of magic was secure in the hands of those who understood that its greatest power lay not in hoarding it, but in protecting it for all. Story 3. The first ghost vanished on a night when the moon hung like a silver sickle in the winter sky. Helena Ravencroft stood at her office window in the Charms Tower, watching frost patterns dance across the glass as she contemplated the empty portrait frames that had begun appearing throughout Hogwarts Castle. The subjects of the paintings had started disappearing too, seeking refuge in deeper layers of the castle's magic. Something was wrong with Hogwarts, and as the newly appointed professor of charms, Helena felt it was her duty to discover what. Her reputation for brilliance wasn't merely academic vanity. She had earned her position through groundbreaking research into the intersection of spectral magic and ancient enchantments. But now, watching the Grey Lady's familiar silvery form drift past her window with unusual haste, Helena wondered if she had truly understood anything at all. The Grey Lady was the third ghost to vanish that week, following nearly headless Nick and the Fat Friar. Even Peeves, that eternal tormentor of students, had grown quiet and scarce. The castle itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something to break. Curious, isn't it? The voice that spoke from the shadows made Helena whirl around, her wand appearing in her hand with practiced speed. The Bloody Baron stood, or rather, floated in a corner of her office, his ghostly chains unusually still. How the very essence of magic seems to be draining from this place, Baron, Helena acknowledged, lowering her wand, but not relaxing her guard. In 15 years of teaching at Hogwarts, she had never heard the Baron speak more than 2 words together. You know something about what's happening. It wasn't a question, but the Baron inclined his head slightly. I know many things, Professor Ravencroft. I know that the Fat Friar didn't simply vanish, he was drawn somewhere. I know that the castle's oldest magic is stirring in ways it hasn't since the days of the founders. And I know that you've been researching things you shouldn't. Helena's jaw tightened. Her private research into the castle's spectral residents wasn't exactly secret, but she hadn't expected the ghosts themselves to be aware of it. The ghosts of Hogwarts are a unique magical phenomenon. Understanding how they interact with the castle's enchantments could unlock powers best left dormant, the Baron interrupted. His silver blood seemed to gleam more brightly in the moonlight. But perhaps it's time. Follow me, Professor. There's something you need to see. He drifted through her office wall, leaving Helena to hurry down the torch-lit corridors after him. They descended through the castle, past the familiar paths to the dungeons, into older passages where the stones bore carvings in languages long forgotten. The air grew thick with ancient magic, making Helena's skin tingle. They emerged into a circular chamber she had never seen before, despite her years of exploring the castle. In its center stood the Mirror of Erased, its ornate frame dulled with age, its surface rippling like disturbed water. It was never just a mirror, the Baron said quietly. The founders created it as a gateway, a bridge between the world of the living and the spaces between. But someone is using it now, drawing power from the castle's spectral residents to fuel a ritual that should never be attempted. Helena approached the mirror cautiously. Instead of showing her heart's desire, its surface swirled with shadows and half-formed shapes. She could have sworn she saw nearly headless Nick's face flash past, his expression one of terror. Who? She demanded. Who would have this kind of power, this knowledge? You're asking the wrong question, the Baron replied. Ask instead, Who would have reason to want to bring back one of the greatest witches who ever lived? Who would be desperate enough to tear apart the veil between life and death itself? Understanding hit Helena like a physical blow. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady. She's trying to bring back her mother. The Baron's expression was grim. She found something in your research, a way to use the mirror's properties as a conduit. But she doesn't understand what she's really doing. The thing responding to her calls isn't Rowena Ravenclaw. It's something else, something that's been waiting centuries for a chance to break through. As if in response to his words, the mirror's surface began to pulse with an eerie light. The temperature in the chamber dropped sharply, frost creeping across the ancient stones. Helena could feel power building, dark and hungry and wrong. "We have to stop her," she said, already pulling out her wand. "But how? I've never encountered magic like this before." The Baron's chains clinked softly as he moved closer to the mirror. "There is a way. The mirror works by showing people what they most desire, but it can be reversed. If someone were to channel enough power through it, while focusing on sending everything back, it would close the gateway," Helena finished. "But the amount of magical energy required. It would take dozens of powerful wizards, or one ghost who's been accumulating power for 1,000 years." The Baron's form seemed to solidify slightly, his chains taking on an almost metallic sheen. "Did you never wonder why I stayed, Professor? Why I chose to haunt this castle for centuries, bearing these chains? They're not symbols of guilt, they're anchors, binding me to this plane, allowing me to store magical energy that would have dispersed long ago." Helena's eyes widened as she finally understood. "You've been preparing for this. All this time, someone had to be ready," the Baron said simply. Helena, the Grey Lady, she was brilliant, but reckless. Just like her mother. "I knew someday she might try something like this. I couldn't stop her then, but I can stop what's trying to come through now." The mirror's surface cracked, a sound like breaking reality itself. Through the fractures, Helena caught glimpses of something vast and dark, something that had never been meant to exist in their world. The Grey Lady's voice echoed from somewhere beyond, calling out to a mother who was long beyond answering. "Baron," Helena said quickly, "wait. There must be another way." But the Baron was already moving, his form blazing with centuries of stored magical energy. "The castle chose well when it guided you here, Professor Ravencroft. Remember this night. Remember that not all power should be pursued, and not all knowledge should be sought." With those words, he threw himself into the mirror. Light exploded through the chamber, blinding Helena. When her vision cleared, the mirror's surface was solid once more, showing only her own reflection. The oppressive weight of dark magic had lifted, and somewhere above, she could hear nearly headless Nick's voice echoing through the castle once more. The Grey Lady appeared in the chamber's doorway, looking more solid than Helena had ever seen her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, understanding passed between them. Some prices were too high to pay, some boundaries too dangerous to cross. As they ascended back to the familiar warmth of Hogwarts' upper levels, Helena Ravencroft felt the weight of new knowledge settling around her shoulders. The castle had shown her these things for a reason, and she would honor the Baron's sacrifice by ensuring such dangerous knowledge was protected, but never forgotten. For in the end, that was the true purpose of Hogwarts. Not just to teach magic, but to understand when not to use it. And as she watched the winter moon rise over the castle's ancient towers, Helena knew that some questions were best left as mysteries, their answers locked safely away in the shadows between worlds. Story 4. The Room of Requirement had never revealed itself quite like this before. Marcus Silverweave stood in awe at the threshold of what appeared to be an ancient library, dust motes dancing in shafts of otherworldly light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Towering shelves stretched into impossible heights, their uppermost reaches lost in shadows that swirled like living things. He hadn't meant to find this place. As a Muggle-born Hufflepuff in his 6th year, Marcus had simply been seeking a quiet place to practice his spellwork away from the whispers that still sometimes followed him through Hogwarts halls. But the moment he'd entered this version of the room, he'd known something extraordinary was about to happen. A single book lay open on a weathered oak table, its pages glowing with a faint emerald light. As Marcus approached, the ancient leather seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. The text was written in a script he'd never seen before. Yet as he watched, the strange symbols began to shift and reform into words he could understand. To those who seek truth beyond legend, I leave this testament of what really happened. Let it be found by one pure of heart, when the time of greatest need returns once more. Salazar Slytherin Marcus's hands trembled as he turned the page. This couldn't be real. Everyone knew the story of Salazar Slytherin, the founder who had turned against the others, who had hidden a monster in the school, But the words forming on the page told a very different tale. The curse came without warning, the book revealed. A darkness older than magic itself, awakened by our very presence in these lands. We four had brought together our greatest dream, a school where magic could be taught freely, where young witches and wizards could learn without fear. But in doing so, we disturbed something that should have remained sleeping. The words seemed to rise from the page, forming images in the air around Marcus. He saw 4 figures standing atop a hill, the founders in their prime, watching as the first stones of Hogwarts were laid. But in the earth below, something stirred, something vast and ancient and hungry. The others wished to fight it directly. Slytherin's words continued. Godric, brave to the point of recklessness. Rowena, certain her wisdom could overcome any force. Helga, determined to protect our students at any cost. None of them understood what we truly faced, a corruption that fed on magic itself, growing stronger with every spell cast against it. Marcus read on, his heart pounding as the true story unfolded. Slytherin hadn't abandoned Hogwarts out of prejudice. He discovered that the curse was drawn to concentrated magical power, particularly the raw and trained magic of Muggle-born students whose abilities hadn't been shaped by generations of magical ancestry. His departure hadn't been an act of rejection, but of protection. The Chamber of Secrets wasn't built to house a monster to purge the school. It was created as a focal point for a ritual that would contain the curse, binding it in a dormant state. The supposed monster, a basilisk, was actually a guardian, its presence necessary to maintain the magical seals. But the price had been terrible. To bind such ancient magic required sacrifice not of life, but of legacy. Slytherin had known that his actions would be misunderstood, that history would paint him as a villain. He had accepted this burden, choosing to be remembered as a betrayer rather than risk the truth being discovered and the binding ritual being disrupted. But now, the text continued. A millennium has passed, and the seals are weakening. The curse stirs once more, seeking to consume all magic in its path. The time has come for the truth to be known, for only by uniting all 4 houses, pureblood and Muggle-born alike, can the binding ritual be renewed. As if in response to these words, a tremor ran through the castle. Marcus rushed to the nearest window, and his blood ran cold at what he saw. Dark veins of energy were spreading across the grounds, withering grass and flowers in their path. The very air seemed to thicken with ancient malevolence. The book's final pages contained detailed instructions for the renewal ritual, but it would require representatives from all 4 houses working in perfect harmony. More importantly, it required someone who could bridge the divide between the magical and Muggle worlds, someone like Marcus himself. He didn't hesitate. Racing from the room of requirement, Marcus headed straight for the Great Hall, where students would be gathering for dinner. He had to make them understand, had to convince them to look past centuries of prejudice and house rivalry. The hall fell silent as Marcus burst in, the ancient grimoire glowing in his hands. As he spoke, The book projected its images for all to see the true history of Hogwarts' founding, the sacrifice of Salazar Slytherin, and the danger that now threatened them all. At first, there was disbelief, then argument. But as another tremor shook the castle and the enchanted ceiling began to crack, showing glimpses of that same dark energy spreading across the sky, the truth could no longer be denied. Students from all houses stepped forward, Gryffindors offering courage, Ravenclaws contributing their wisdom, Slytherins providing their cunning, and Hufflepuffs bringing their unwavering loyalty. Together, they descended to the Chamber of Secrets, no longer a place of fear, but of hope. The ritual was complex, requiring precise spellwork and absolute trust between all participants. As Marcus took his place at the center of the ritual circle, he felt the weight of Slytherin's true legacy settling around him. The curse rose up, a wraith of ancient hatred and hunger, but it meant something it had never encountered before: the united magical power of all four houses, channeled through a boy who embodied both magical and muggle worlds. Light exploded through the chamber as the ritual reached its climax. The curse screamed in a voice that shook the foundations of the castle, but the combined power of unity proved stronger than ancient darkness. New seals formed, stronger than before, because they were forged not in secrecy and sacrifice, but in truth and trust. When it was over, Marcus stood in the restored chamber, surrounded by students from all houses who now understood the true meaning of Slytherin's actions. The grimoire had transformed into a permanent record, ensuring that this time, the truth would not be lost to history. As they made their way back to the upper levels of Hogwarts, Marcus caught a glimpse of something in one of the castle's ancient mirrors, a reflection of four figures nodding in approval before fading away. The founders were at peace at last, their school united as they had always meant it to be. From that day forward, the story of Salazar Slytherin was told differently in the halls of Hogwarts. No longer a tale of division and prejudice, but one of sacrifice and protection, of a burden borne in silence for the greater good. And in the years that followed, when students passed the statue of Slytherin in the castle halls, they saw not a symbol of pure blood supremacy, but a reminder that true heroism sometimes means being misunderstood, and that unity is the greatest magic of all. Story 5. Aurora Blackthorn had always felt more at home among creatures than people. Perhaps that's why she'd been sorted into Slytherin. She understood the serpentine grace of misunderstood things. On this autumn evening, as she ventured deeper into the forbidden forest than any student was meant to go, the creatures of the dark whispered to her of change coming to Hogwarts. The Thestrals had been restless for weeks, their skeletal forms pacing the forest's edge. The centaurs had withdrawn to their deepest groves, speaking in hushed tones of disturbed stars. Even the giant squid had retreated to the lake's depths, leaving the surface unnaturally still. But it was the snakes that worried her most. Every serpent in the castle and its grounds had been speaking of tremors in the deep, of ancient scales stirring in chambers forgotten by time itself. Aurora's rare gift of parseltongue had become both blessing and burden, as their whispers grew more urgent, more afraid. The Ancient One wakes, they hissed from the shadows. The Guardian stirs in its chains of sleep. Professor Thaddeus Crowley watched Aurora from his office window as she emerged from the forest's edge. The defense against the dark arts teacher's scarred face betrayed no emotion, but his left forearm burned where the faded dark mark reminded him of past sins. He too had felt the change coming, though in a different way. The castle's very foundations seemed to pulse with awakening power, and old wards were flickering like guttering candles. Their paths converged at night in the castle's depths, where the dungeon walls whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Aurora had followed a particularly agitated asp through twisting corridors, while Crowley trekked ancient warnings, suddenly glowing with renewed urgency in the stones themselves. They found each other in a chamber that shouldn't have existed, its walls carved with images of dragons older than Hogwarts itself. At the center stood a pillar of black stone, that thrummed with contained power. Miss Blackthorn. Crowley's voice was quiet, but carried an edge of steel. These areas are restricted for good reason, Aurora turned, her silver-streaked black hair catching the ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the carvings themselves. Professor, the snakes led me here. They say something's awakening, something that was meant to stay sleeping. Crowley's hand tightened on his wand. Return to your dormitory. Now, but before Aurora could move, the chamber shuddered. The carvings began to writhe, and a deep rumble echoed through the foundations of the castle. The black pillar cracked, and through the fissure came a sound that was both song and roar, the voice of something impossibly ancient. Who disturbs my slumber? The words came in Parseltongue, but even Crowley could feel their power. Aurora stepped forward before her professor could stop her. Great One, she replied in the same tongue. We mean no disturbance. The creatures speak of your awakening, and we seek to understand why. The crack in the pillar widened, revealing an eye larger than a dinner plate, its pupil a swirling vortex of golden fire. The seals weakened, the voice rumbled. The bindings placed by the founders fade. A darkness approaches that must be met with ancient flame. Crowley moved to Aurora's side, his dark mark now burning fiercely. The wards, he said quietly. They're failing. But why now? A terrible screech echoed from above, followed by the sound of shattering stone. The castle shook more violently, and both Aurora and Crowley knew that whatever was coming had already begun its assault. Death Eaters? Aurora asked, but Crowley shook his head. Worse. There are older, darker forces in this world than Voldemort ever commanded. Forces that have waited centuries for Hogwarts' defenses to weaken enough for them to strike. The dragon's eye fixed upon Crowley. You bear the mark of recent darkness, but your heart has turned from it. And you, young speaker, carry the gift of understanding creatures others fear. Together, you may be worthy to know the truth. Images flooded their minds, the founders discovering not just a site for their school, but an ancient dragon bound by even older magic. Not a prisoner, but a guardian, willingly bound to protect the realm from forces that would devour all magic. The founders had built Hogwarts not just as a school, but as a fortress around this guardian, adding their own wards to its ancient power. The bindings must be renewed, the dragon declared, but differently this time. The old way required sacrifices to dark for this age. But there is another path if you are willing to pay its price. Above, they could hear battles erupting as teachers fought against whatever had breached the castle's outer defenses. Time was running out. What price? Crowley asked, though something in his voice suggested he already knew. A joining. A binding of life force is one who knows the darkness, but chose the light, and one who speaks with the voice of innocent creatures. Together, you could anchor new wards, ones built on redemption and understanding rather than sacrifice and blood. Aurora met Crowley's eyes. In that moment, she saw past the stern exterior to the man who had spent years atoning for his past, teaching students to defend themselves against the very darkness he had once served. The decision wasn't even difficult. Together, they placed their hands on the cracked pillar. The dragon's ancient magic surged through them, burning away all barriers between them. Aurora's gift for speaking with creatures merged with Crowley's hard-won knowledge of dark magic and its defenses. Their combined essence became the foundation for new wards, ones that drew power from understanding rather than fear, from redemption rather than punishment. The dragon rose through the castle like a tide of golden flame, its physical form passing through walls and floors as if they were mist. Where it touched, new wards blazed into life, not just barriers against evil, but boundaries that redirected and transformed dark magic, offering chances for redemption even as they protected against true darkness. When it was done, Aurora and Crowley found themselves forever changed. Their magical signatures had become intertwined, each now able to share in the other's gifts and understanding. More importantly, they had forged a connection with Hogwarts' greatest guardian, becoming part of the very fabric of the castle's defenses. The dark forces that had attacked withdrew before the renewed wards, their power unable to penetrate defenses built on such complex understanding of both darkness and light. In the years that followed, Aurora and Crowley worked together to reshape how Hogwarts taught about magical creatures and dark magic, fostering understanding rather than fear. And deep beneath the castle, the dragon returned to its vigilance, no longer bound by chains of sacrifice, but anchored by bonds of wisdom and choice. The creatures of the forest spoke of it sometimes to Aurora of the greatest of guardians, waiting in the depths, not a monster to be feared, but a protector to be understood. For in the end, that was the greatest magic of all, not the power to defeat darkness, but the wisdom to transform it, to offer paths of redemption where once there had been only fear and judgment. And in this way, Hogwarts became not just a school of magic, but a beacon of understanding in an ever-darkening world. Story 6. Thunder crackled across the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, as Cassandra Trelawney, too, stood transfixed at the Ravenclaw table, her silver eyes reflecting the otherworldly storm that raged above. Unlike the usual magical weather that graced Hogwarts' ceiling, these clouds swirled with purpose, their depths flickering with 4 distinct colors: scarlet, emerald, sapphire, and amber. "Something's coming," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the nervous chatter of her fellow students. "The towers. They're calling," as if in response to her words. 4 simultaneous bolts of lightning struck the castle's highest points. The thunderous crash shook the very foundations of Hogwarts, and for a brief moment, each of the 4 house towers glowed with their respective colors before plunging the castle into total darkness. When the magical torches finally rekindled, everything seemed normal at first. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall attempted to transform her desk into a lion during Transfiguration class that the true extent of the curse became apparent. The spell, typically a demonstration of Gryffindor courage and prowess, fizzled pathetically. Across the castle, similar scenes unfolded. Slytherin students found their cunning enchantments failing. Ravenclaw's creative charms produced nothing but sparks, and Hufflepuff's healing spells fell flat. Cassandra's visions began that very night. In her dreams, she saw the 4 founders standing at the castle's corners, their wands raised in harmony. When the houses stand divided, a voice echoed in her mind: "The towers shall weep tears of light, and only in unity shall their magic be restored." Determined to understand these cryptic messages, Cassandra formed an unlikely alliance. Marcus Blackwood, a shrewd Slytherin prefect whose family had guarded the castle's secrets for generations. Elena Bones, a gifted Hufflepuff healer whose compassion ran as deep as her frustration at being unable to help the injured. And Leo Wright, a bold Gryffindor whose courage now manifested in his willingness to admit his fear rather than in spectacular feats of magic. Together, they discovered ancient texts in the restricted section of the library that spoke of a similar event centuries ago. The accounts described 4 artifacts, one from each founder, that when united could channel the pure essence of their respective house's magic. These relics had been hidden throughout the castle, protected by enchantments that required the very virtues they represented to overcome. Their quest led them through forgotten corridors and secret chambers. In the depths of the dungeons, they found Slytherin's mirror of truth, which showed not one's reflection, but the viewer's true nature. High in the astronomy tower, Ravenclaw's eternal quill floated in a perpetual whirlwind of creativity. Deep in the greenhouse maze, Hufflepuff's crystal heart pulsed with warm light, and behind a tapestry of charging lions, Gryffindor's sword of spirit hung suspended in magical flames. But retrieving each artifact proved to be only half the challenge. The curse had forced each student to rely on qualities they had previously overlooked. Marcus, without his Slytherin cunning, learned to trust his instincts rather than overthink every situation. Elena discovered that true healing sometimes required tough love rather than gentle care. Leo found that courage could mean patience and wisdom instead of rushing headlong into danger. And Cassandra, whose Ravenclaw intellect had always been her guide, learned to trust in faith as much as facts. As the moon reached its zenith on the seventh night after the storm, the four students stood in the courtyard, each holding their house's artifact. Above them, the towers continued to weep streams of colored light that formed a swirling vortex in the sky. Cassandra's latest vision had shown them that the curse was not a punishment, but a lesson one that the founders had designed to be triggered when the house's division reached a critical point. The houses are four, Cassandra recited, remembering the words from her vision. But Hogwarts is one. Understanding dawned on their faces as they realized what needed to be done. Instead of trying to restore their separate magical abilities, they needed to embrace the qualities of all four houses. Marcus's calculating mind merged with Leo's bravery. Elena's compassion blended with Cassandra's wisdom. And as they raised the artifacts together, the very air seemed to hum with potential. The four relics rose from their hands, spinning in a dance that mirrored the light storm above. As they watched, the artifacts began to merge, transforming into a single crystal that contained all four house colors swirling in perfect harmony. The crystal shattered, and its essence rained down over the castle-like stardust, seeping into every stone and touching every student and teacher within. In that moment, the magic returned, but it was different. Students found they could now access aspects of magic that had previously seemed foreign to their house's nature. Gryffindors discovered the subtle power of patience, Slytherins the strength and transparency, Ravenclaws the wisdom in emotion, and Hufflepuffs the necessity of ambition. The towers ceased their weeping, and the normal enchanted ceiling returned, but Hogwarts had fundamentally changed. The rigid boundaries between houses began to blur, not in their dissolution, but in their cooperation. Study groups formed across house lines, Quidditch teams began training together, and the Great Hall slowly transformed as students chose seats based on friendship rather than house affiliation. Cassandra's final vision showed her the founders again, but this time they were smiling. Their curse had never been intended to weaken the houses, but to strengthen the school by reminding its inhabitants that true magic comes not from the power of one house alone, but from the harmony of all four working as one. As she stood with her friends watching the sunrise paint the castle in all four house colors, Cassandra realized that the prophecy about the tower's tears had been fulfilled in an unexpected way. The houses hadn't become one by losing their individual identities. They had become stronger by learning to value their differences while recognizing their fundamental unity. The curse of the four towers became legend at Hogwarts, retold each year to remind students that while their houses made them special, it was their unity that made them strong. And if one looked carefully on stormy nights, they might still see four colors of lightning dancing between the towers, not in conflict, but in harmony, just as the founders had intended all along. Story 7. The ancient classroom of history of magic held more secrets than most students suspected. As dust motes danced in the autumn sunlight streaming through the leaded windows, Marcus Shacklebolt caught a glimpse of something extraordinary: gossamer threads of golden light weaving through the air, connecting different corners of the room like a spider's web made of pure magic. At first, he thought it was just another peculiarity of Hogwarts' enchanted castle. But when Professor Binns floated through one of the threads, and it rippled with images of his living self from centuries past, Marcus realized he was seeing something no one else could: the actual threads of time. The discovery came during a particularly drowsy lecture about the founders of Hogwarts. While other students dozed or doodled, Marcus watched in fascination as the temporal threads pulsed with scenes from the castle's history. Godric Gryffindor placing the sorting hat on the first student's head, Rowena Ravenclaw enchanting the moving staircases, Salazar Slytherin sealing the Chamber of Secrets. That evening, a mysterious note materialized on his bed, written in shimmering ink that seemed to shift between different handwriting styles. You're not alone. Meet us in the room of requirement at midnight. Watch for the golden threads, they will guide you, following the temporal strands through the darkened corridors. Marcus discovered a hidden society within Hogwarts. The Time Weavers, as they called themselves, were a select group of students and teachers born under rare astrological alignments that granted them the ability to see and manipulate time itself. Their leader, known only as the Chronicler, communicated through enchanted parchments that appeared and disappeared like smoke. The messages spoke of a grand vision to use their unique abilities to correct the mistakes of the past and create a better future for the wizarding world. Among the Weavers, Marcus met Aurora Blackwood, a brilliant 7th-year Ravenclaw who could freeze moments in time. Professor Septima Vector, who used her arithmancy expertise to calculate precise temporal coordinates. And twins Flora and Fauna Fairweather, 3rd-year Hufflepuffs who could create temporal echoes of themselves. The Weavers had already begun their work, making subtle changes to the time stream, preventing deaths during the Battle of Hogwarts, saving brilliant minds from tragic accidents, and preserving lost knowledge. Each alteration was carefully calculated and executed with precision, leaving the broader course of history intact while healing its deepest wounds. But as Marcus delved deeper into their secrets, he noticed disturbing signs. Small at first, a student whose hair color changed overnight, a classroom that appeared in a different wing of the castle, portraits whose subjects spoke with slightly different accents. Then larger anomalies began to surface, entire days repeating themselves, students remembering multiple versions of the same events, and most alarmingly, moments where the very foundations of Hogwarts seemed to flicker like a candle in the wind. Through his connection to the time threads, Marcus saw what others couldn't, fractures in reality spreading like cracks in a frozen lake. Each change the Weavers made, no matter how well-intentioned, was creating temporal fault lines that threatened to shatter the very fabric of magical reality. During a clandestine meeting in the Room of Requirement, now transformed into a vast chamber filled with floating timepieces and swirling temporal energies, the Chronicler revealed their ultimate plan: to prevent the rise of Voldemort entirely by altering key moments in Tom Riddle's youth. The room erupted in debate. Some Weavers argued passionately for the plan, pointing to the countless lives that could be saved. Others, including Aurora, warned of the catastrophic consequences of such a massive temporal alteration. Marcus stood silent, watching the golden threads pulse and strain around them, showing him glimpses of potential futures, some glorious, others terrifying. The decision came to a head when Professor Vector's calculations revealed a devastating truth. The accumulated strain of their temporal manipulations was approaching a critical point. If they attempted the Riddle alteration, the resulting paradox would likely tear apart the magical world's timeline entirely. But the Chronicler was not to be deterred. In a final message that burned itself into every surface of the Room of Requirement, they declared their intention to proceed alone if necessary. The golden ink revealed their true identity, a future version of Marcus himself, driven half mad by decades of witnessing history's horrors through the time threads. Now, Marcus faced an impossible choice: join his future self's crusade to reshape history, or lead the other Weavers in an attempt to stop him and repair the fracturing timeline. The threads of time themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for his decision. In the end, it was Aurora who showed him the way. Together, they discovered that the time threads weren't just for observing and changing the past. They could be woven into new patterns, strengthening reality instead of fracturing it. Working with the other Weavers, they began an intricate temporal tapestry, binding the fraying edges of time back together. The final confrontation took place in the heart of Hogwarts' temporal nexus, where all the golden threads converged. As the Chronicler attempted their massive temporal revision, Marcus and his allies created a complex weave of stabilizing patterns, containing the paradox and channeling its energy into healing the existing fractures. The effort nearly destroyed them all, But when the temporal storm cleared, reality had been preserved. The chronicler Marcus's future self faded from existence, his timeline now just one of many possible futures, instead of an inevitability. In the aftermath, the Weavers took a solemn oath to watch and protect the threads of time, but never again to pull them. They became guardians rather than manipulators, ensuring that time could flow naturally while preventing others from repeating their mistakes. Years later, students still whispered about strange occurrences in Hogwarts halls, moments of déjà vu, echoes of events that never quite happened, and the occasional glimpse of golden threads in the corner of their eye. And in the history of Magic classroom, where it all began, Marcus now taught a new generation of students about the importance of learning from history rather than trying to change it. The time threads still danced around him as he lectured, but now they were companions rather than tools, reminding him that every moment, even the difficult ones, weaved together to create the tapestry of their world. Story 8. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the Ravenclaw common room, casting prismatic shadows across ancient tomes and weathered scrolls. Helena Ravenclaw, named after her ghostly ancestor and current head girl, sat alone among the dancing lights, her attention fixed on a peculiar piece of parchment that had fluttered from between the pages of Hogwarts. A revised history, the page seemed to breathe with its own life, its edges shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Intricate runic patterns shifted across its surface like constellations in a midnight sky, and in the center, written in elegant script that seemed to have been penned with starlight, was a spell Helena had never encountered in any textbook. Luminaris Aeternum, she whispered, and the words rose from the page in ribbons of silver light, wrapping around her wand like delicate vines. The tip of her wand began to pulse with a soft, perpetual glow, a light that would never fade, drawing power from the very magic that permeated the castle walls. This was no ordinary spell, and this was no ordinary page. It was a fragment of something far more significant, a lost grimoire of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, containing magic that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. Over the next few weeks, more pages began to appear throughout the castle, each finding its way to Helena, as if drawn by an invisible force. Some emerged from behind portraits, others materialized in the midst of her textbooks, and one memorable page drifted down from the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall during breakfast. Each page contained spells that defied conventional magical theory, a charm that could capture memories from inanimate objects, a transfiguration that could temporarily grant consciousness to statues, incantations that could weave dreams into reality. But with each new spell discovered and practiced, strange phenomena began to manifest throughout Hogwarts. Students in the library reported books rearranging themselves into new texts entirely. The suits of armor began engaging in philosophical debates with passing students. The ghosts started to appear more solid, nearly tangible, as if the barrier between life and death was growing thinner. Seeking answers, Helena confided in an unlikely group of allies, Marcus Flint, a Slytherin prefect with an unexpected passion for magical theory; Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff whose gift for herbology might help understand the organic nature of the grimoire's magic; and James Potter II, a Gryffindor whose natural talent for spellwork matched his infamous grandfather's. Together, they discovered a forgotten portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, hidden in a secret chamber behind the library's restricted section. Unlike other portraits that merely mimicked their subjects, this one contained a fragment of Rowena's actual consciousness, preserved through magic documented in the very grimoire they were piecing together. The portrait revealed the truth. The grimoire wasn't just a spellbook, it was a key to awakening Hogwarts itself. The castle had always been more than just stone and magic. It was a semi-conscious entity, carefully guided by the founder's enchantments. The grimoire contained the spells needed to fully awaken this consciousness, but Rowena had scattered its pages when she realized the risks involved. A fully awakened Hogwarts would be incredibly powerful, but also unpredictable. The castle's emerging consciousness was already manifesting in the strange events they'd witnessed, and without proper guidance, it could become dangerous. The very walls could reshape themselves at will, the grounds could shift and change, and the boundary between the magical and physical worlds could blur beyond recognition. As if to emphasize this point, the castle began to show signs of stirring. Staircases moved with purposeful intent, rather than their usual random patterns. Rooms appeared and disappeared based on the emotional states of nearby students. The portraits began sharing prophecies and warnings in their sleep. But it was the discovery of the final page that changed everything. Hidden within the Chamber of Secrets itself, preserved in a crystalline sphere that had survived centuries undisturbed, was the grimoire's last revelation, a spell that could either complete Hogwarts' awakening or return it to its dormant state. The decision fell to Helena and her friends on the night of the winter solstice, when the castle's magic was at its peak. The walls thrummed with power, portraits whispered urgently in ancient tongues, and the very air crackled with magical energy. In the end, they chose a middle path. Using their combined magical talents and the knowledge gained from the grimoire, they performed a complex ritual that neither fully awakened nor fully suppressed the castle's consciousness. Instead, they helped guide it into a state of balanced awareness alive enough to protect and nurture its students, but not so aware as to lose its essential nature as a school of magic. The grimoire's pages, their purpose fulfilled, transformed into a constellation of magical lights that spread throughout the castle, embedding themselves in its very foundations. Hogwarts would never be quite the same. The staircases now seemed to know exactly where to take lost students. The room of requirement became more intuitive than ever, and the portraits developed a deeper wisdom in their guidance of young witches and wizards. Helena returned the portrait of Rowena to a place of honor in the Ravenclaw Common Room, where it continues to offer cryptic but invaluable advice to students seeking knowledge. The ghost of Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, finally found some measure of peace, knowing that her mother's greatest work had reached its intended completion, if in an unexpected way. As for Helena and her friends, they became legends in their own right, the students who helped Hogwarts find its voice. Years later, students would still speak in hushed tones about the mysterious events of that year, and particularly observant individuals might notice that the castle seems to respond to them in subtle, personal ways. A warm draft here, a helpful shortcut there, as if the very spirit of Hogwarts is watching over them, conscious but content, awakened but at peace. Story 9. Mist curled around the ancient trees of the forbidden forest like spectral serpents as Professor Thaddeus Lupin stood at its edge, his wand casting a pale blue light over the freshly fallen snow. The tracks he'd been following, small footprints belonging to first-year students, vanished abruptly at a point where the forest seemed to ripple like heat waves rising from summer stones. Something was wrong with the forest. He'd felt it during his morning defense against the dark arts class, when his enchanted compass had spun wildly and refused to point north. Now, as evening approached and 3 students remained missing, that feeling had grown into a certainty. "Professor?" The urgent voice belonged to Madame Hooch, descending on her broom from an aerial search. "The centaurs are requesting your presence. They say the forest is changing." In a moonlit clearing deep within the forest, Ferenz the centaur stood waiting, his silver-white hair gleaming like starlight. Around him, other centaurs stamped their hooves nervously, their eyes fixed on the shifting shadows between the trees. "The forest remembers," Ferenz said as Thaddeus approached. "It remembers everything that has ever happened beneath its branches. And now those memories are bleeding into the present." A distant scream echoed through the trees, and Thaddeus recognized the voice of young Alice Longbottom, one of the missing students. But the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the forest itself was playing tricks with space and time. Following his instincts and the centaur's guidance, Thaddeus ventured deeper into the forest. The familiar paths he'd known for years began to shift and change. Ancient trees appeared where saplings had stood moments before, while centuries-old oaks vanished to reveal clearings that shouldn't exist. He found the first student, Marcus Finnegan, frozen in a patch of eternal summer. While winter raged all around, Marcus stood in a bubble of warmth where wildflowers bloomed and butterflies danced. The boy hadn't aged, but he spoke of having lived through countless summer days in what had felt like mere minutes to the outside world. The second student, Rose Weasley, was discovered in an autumn grove where leaves had been falling continuously for what she claimed was years, though only hours had passed in the outside world. Her red hair had streaks of gray, but as soon as Thaddeus pulled her from the temporal pocket, her youth returned. But Alice Longbottom remained missing, and the forest's temporal distortions were growing stronger. That's when Thaddeus encountered her, an ancient witch living in a hollow tree, her white hair trailing to the ground like roots, her eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. "I am Morgan," she said, her voice carrying the whispers of countless leaves. "I was the first to discover what the 4 renegades had done." She spoke of 4 wizards who had fled Hogwarts centuries ago, seeking to create a magical sanctuary where time itself would bow to their will. Their ritual had sunk deep into the forest's heart, dormant until now, when the alignment of magical ley lines had awakened their ancient spell. With Morgan's help, Thaddeus began to understand the pattern of temporal distortions. The forest wasn't just changing randomly, it was trying to protect itself from the strain of holding too many moments in time at once. Each temporal pocket was like a pressure valve, releasing the building magical tension. Together with the centaurs, they tracked Alice to the ritual site, a circle of standing stones that had been hidden for centuries. The girl was trapped in a cascade of temporal energy, experiencing moments from throughout the forest's history. One second, she was watching dinosaurs lumber between the trees. The next, she was witnessing the founders of Hogwarts choosing the castle's location. Morgan revealed that the only way to save Alice and stabilize the forest was to complete the renegade wizard's ritual, not to control time, but to give the forest a way to properly channel its temporal energies. It would require representatives of all the forest's peoples, a wizard, a centaur, and one who had lived between the moments of time as Morgan had. As the moon reached its zenith, Thaddeus, Firenze, and Morgan stood at 3 points of the stone circle. Their magic combined Thaddeus's protective spells, Firenze's celestial wisdom, and Morgan's temporal knowledge, creating a network of golden light that spread through the forest like roots. The temporal pockets began to dissolve, releasing their captured moments back into the proper flow of time. Alice was freed, her eyes wide with wonder at the mysteries she had witnessed. The forest settled, but it was forever changed. Time still flowed strangely in certain groves, but now it was controlled, purposeful. Morgan chose to remain in her hollow tree, becoming a guardian of the forest's temporal boundaries. The centaurs added new constellations to their celestial maps, tracking the flow of time through the woods. And Thaddeus, with his enhanced understanding of the forest's magic, became not just a teacher of defense against the dark arts, but a protector of the delicate balance between past, present, and future within the forbidden forest. Students still whispered about strange experiences among the trees, moments where they caught glimpses of ancient beasts, or heard echoes of conversations from centuries past. But now, these were just gentle reminders of the forest's true nature, not the dangerous temporal traps they had once been. Years later, when asked about their adventure, Alice Longbottom would smile mysteriously and say that time wasn't a straight line, but a forest of infinite possibilities. And sometimes, in the right places, you could hear them all whispering together. The Forbidden Forest had always been magical, but now it held a deeper mystery, the secret of time itself, flowing like sap through its ancient trees, protected by those who had learned to listen to its whispers and respect its power. Story 10. Candlelight flickered against the weathered stone walls of Hogwarts' forgotten East Wing, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with an unsettling purpose. Aurora Blackwood traced her fingers along the ancient tapestries, feeling the magic pulse beneath their threadbare surface. Her wand light revealed what generations of students had overlooked: a portrait of Salazar Slytherin, unlike any other in the castle. This Salazar wasn't the stern, ambitious founder usually depicted in Hogwarts halls. His eyes held a haunted wisdom, and in his hands he clutched not a wand, but an obsidian amulet shaped like a coiled serpent. "The shadows grow restless again," the portrait whispered, its voice like dry leaves scratching against stone. "The guardians are needed, but only one remains: you, child of the ancient line." Before Aurora could question the portrait's cryptic words, a chill swept through the corridor. The shadows cast by her wand light began to writhe and coalesce, forming shapes that shouldn't exist: creatures of darkness with gleaming eyes and reaching claws. Instinctively, Aurora raised her wand, but her spells passed harmlessly through the shadow creatures. As they advanced, a ghostly figure materialized between her and the encroaching darkness, the silvery form of a man wearing Death Eater robes, his mask cracked to reveal a face etched with regret. "I am Corvus Blackwood," the ghost said, his voice echoing with centuries of sorrow. "Your ancestor, and the last guardian to fail in his duty. But you have the gift. You can see them, can't you? The shadows that others mistake for mere tricks of the light." Through Corvus, Aurora learned of an ancient order within Hogwarts, predating even the founders themselves. The Shadow Guardians were wizards and witches born with the ability to see and combat creatures from a realm of pure darkness, beings that fed on magic and sought to drain the very essence that gave Hogwarts its power. In the deepest dungeons of the castle, Aurora discovered the Guardian's Sanctum, a chamber whose walls were covered in chronicles of previous guardians and their battles against the Shadow Realm. Here, she found an unlikely ally: a young basilisk, hatched from an egg left by the last of its kind, whose gaze could petrify even creatures of shadow. As Aurora learned to harness her inherited powers, she began to notice signs that the shadow creatures were growing stronger. Students reported cold spots where magic simply refused to work. Portraits went dark one by one, their inhabitants fleeing to other frames. Even the ghosts seemed to fade, as if the very essence of their spectral existence was being drained away. But the true threat, as Aurora would discover, came not from the shadows themselves, but from those who sought to control them. Professor Arcturus Nightshade, the new Defense Against the Dark arts teacher, had spent years researching the Shadow Realm. He believed that by harnessing the Shadow's power, he could create a new form of magic, one that would revolutionize the wizarding world. Working in secret, Nightshade had been capturing shadow creatures and attempting to bind them to his will. Each failed experiment had only made the shadows stronger and more numerous, creating tears in the barrier between their realm and Hogwarts. Aurora's task became twofold. She needed to seal the growing rifts while stopping Nightshade before his ambition doomed them all. With Corvus's guidance, the young basilisk's power, and the knowledge gleaned from the Guardian's chronicles, she began to master ancient magics that had been lost to time. The final confrontation came during the winter solstice, when the barrier between realms was at its thinnest. Nightshade had managed to create a portal in the heart of the castle, believing he could control the flood of shadow creatures that poured through. But the shadows turned on him, threatening to consume not just his magic, but the entire schools. In that desperate moment, Aurora discovered the true purpose of Salazar's amulet. It wasn't just a symbol of the Guardian's office, it was a key to unlocking the combined power of all previous Guardians. As she raised the amulet, the ghosts of former Guardians appeared around her, their spectral magic joining with hers. Together with her ghostly ancestors, Aurora wove a complex spell that not only sealed the portal, but healed the tears throughout the castle. The shadow creatures were banished back to their realm, though not destroyed, for as Corvus had taught her, shadow and light must always exist in balance. Nightshade survived, though the encounter left him changed. The shadow creatures had drained much of his magic, leaving him with a newfound respect for the forces he had tried to control. Under Aurora's watchful eye, he dedicated himself to properly documenting the Shadow Realm and the importance of its guardians, ensuring that future generations would understand both the danger and the necessity of maintaining the balance. As for Aurora, she took up her role as guardian with pride, patrolling Hogwarts halls with her basilisk companion at her side and the ghost of Corvus as her advisor. The portrait of Salazar became her confidant, sharing secrets of magic that had been old when Hogwarts was young. Students still whisper about strange shadows in the East Wing, about a girl who walks the halls at night, accompanied by a ghostly figure and a serpent whose eyes glow with protective power. They say that on quiet evenings, you can hear the portrait of Salazar Slytherin sharing ancient wisdom with the castle's newest protector, teaching her about the delicate balance between light and shadow that keeps Hogwarts safe. And in the Guardian's sanctum, Aurora continues to add to the chronicles, recording her own experiences for future guardians. For while the shadows may be contained for now, she knows they will never truly be gone. They are part of the castle's magic, a reminder that even in the lightest places, darkness has its purpose and its guardians.